And welcome back to the CCIW Women's Bowling Championship, Day 1, now into session number 2. And if you were looking at the schedule and wondering why session 2 didn't begin at 2 p.m. Central Time, well, that is because we had a, if necessary, or I should say a tie break that had to be determined or decided between Aurora and Carroll. Number 2 seed Carroll, number 3 seed Aurora. Those two teams went down to the best of 7. Carroll won the traditional. Aurora came back and won the 5-game Baker, and then Aurora then took care of business in the best of 7 tiebreak, 4-2. And now we have our winner's bracket scenario. Marion taking on Aurora. So that's the winner's bracket on the left, and then on the right side of your screen, it'll be number 2 seed Carroll versus number 4 seed Elmhurst. Carroll and Elmhurst, the winner of that match, will remain alive in the tournament. The loser of the match, unfortunately, will be eliminated. This is a rematch of last year's championship, of which Marion did come out on top and went to the best of 7. Marion hadn't bowled in about 90 minutes or so, maybe actually a little more now. Aurora, of course, had about maybe a 15 to 20 minute break. Same thing with Carroll, and then of course Elmhurst also did not bowl in about, or hadn't bowled in about 90 plus minutes. So a new look here on this fresh pattern. 34 feet, 24.85 mils. Learned and was talking to some coaches a little bit, and there was a conference meet here, I believe. But there was some bowling here from the CCIW last year. Talking to some coaches, learned that the gutter tends to not play in this building. And so the short pattern, you anticipate the gutter to play. And that was one reason that I didn't see a lot of players attempting to play there. And I kept wondering what the difference was. And, you know, that's why coaches coach. And it's another reason why, you know, having the knowledge, especially if you've been in a place before, you've had some competition there, that helps a lot. All right, in front of us, again, on the left side of your screen, Marion, black jerseys with the gray lettering on the back with Marion University. They've got, of course, they are the Sabres, so some claws and stripes on the right side, or I'm sorry, on each sleeve, I should say. And for Aurora, kind of that royal blue look jersey with some black and white, almost like painting blots, if you will, with Aurora University on the back. They've got the AU Spartans, and the logo on the left side, in front of the jersey. Talk about the lineups here in just a little bit. On the right side of your screen, Carroll taking on Elmhurst. Again, the 2 versus 4, but that is an elimination match. And the loser will be eliminated from CCIW competition. The winner of our Marion Aurora matchup will earn a spot into the CCIW championship match. So the Hustle Link looks to be the spare ball of choice for Alyssa Alexander. And looks like their lineup is very similar to what it was during their traditional match against Carroll. Great shot there from Jocelyn Eggert. I expect Marion to be much better in this traditional match the second time around. They just barely got by Elmhurst on what was a lower scoring match. Emily with a strike there for Aurora. Elmhurst had a chance to beat Marion in the traditional in our opening match, session 1. But unfortunately, Lori Decker left a big 4. Brenda Shakira then made a 6-pin spare, and that was the difference. Speaking of Shakira, there she is. A good frame, good shots. And now Anne-Marie Ruvich. See how she attacks the fresh here. That was about 14-ish or so, maybe at the arrows. Hard to tell. It's Allison Will. Tough spare. Allison being put into the 4th position for our coach Mason Petrin. She shot 226 in the 2nd spot earlier this morning. Pitch black urethane for the spare ball. Teams will switch lanes after each frame. Lori Decker handles the single pin. Ava Butt. Curious to see if she was going to make a ball change. She went to something on the final shot in Baker, and I saw her throwing that, or throwing something different, I should say, during the warm-up and practice session. The lefty didn't quite stick the landing, and that certainly had something to do with that shot for Aurora University. After watching them, of course, earlier, so they've gone with Annie Hansick, the first-year Student Athlete of the Year. Heidi Enriquez gets the start for Coach Rich McElmeal. That's got to hook a lot. It does. Looks to be sticking there at about 20 at the foul line. I'm sorry, Christine Ritchie in that 2nd spot for Aurora. Needs a 7-pin, so re-rack, of course, right there. Meanwhile, Hannah Bartlett. And Bartlett already looks a bit more comfortable than she did earlier today. Nice shot from Kylie Olson. Sabres now will feature Elena. Woodville, Wisconsin native. Nice spare for the old 1-5. That's not easy. Alyssa Alexander has been very steady in that 3 spot for Aurora. That's got a hook. Well, she started to have more success as the lanes began to transition. And she was able to move a little further left. There have been more traffic on the lanes. And now she's starting to see a little bit of this washout zone early. Maybe. Hard way? Nope. All right, she'll take 2. All right, good spare from Eggerts. I would say the real key here for me is always about what Brenna Shakira can and will do, right? And if she's lined up, Marion can zoom to the top. And I don't think there's any doubt about it, whatever tournament she's in. But I mean, I've watched enough of her and to understand how good she is and how good she could be in the future. And earlier on the traditional, or in the traditional, excuse me, versus Elmhurst, it took her a while to get comfortable. And I'm not quite sure she ever really got comfortable, if you will. She shot 173 this morning, which ultimately was enough, and she made what was the game-winning 6-pin. Here's Anne-Marie. I'd love to see her figure out something that'll be a bit more consistent for her from the lane play perspective. That zone on the fresh is really iffy. And I know I was told that the gutter typically doesn't play, but I just felt like if you had some players that had about 1,000 grit on some bowling balls and you played around 5, at the very least you develop a hook spot, right? At the very least. Maybe the lanes don't ever break down to being comfortable or playable out there, but at least you create a spot where if you do miss right, there's more opportunity for the ball to see that spot and then get back to the 1-3. For the lefties, there's only been a couple, right? In fact, now we'll have, well, we've got Kylie Olson for Marion, and we have Annie Hansick for Aurora. Almost 2 complete frames in Carroll and Elmhurst in that match. Lori Decker again clean through 2. Decker had 6 out of the first 7 strikes this morning in the traditional match. In the morning, we will only have 1 pair of lanes, essentially per round. Nice shot there from Hansik. Ritchie makes it 2 in a row for Aurora. A little bit outside for Aurora. Starting to get going here early. Emily, great shot. That might be her best shot of the day, and she started to throw the ball a little bit better again as the match went on with Carroll. Again, the benefit of having round 2 right on the same day is you can put and apply the changes and the things you need to do differently, or the things that you did well, keep those, and the things that did not work well, eliminate and plan again for the next match. And I feel like Aurora is already doing that. There's a good one from Elena. Got a chance. Ah, wow. That went from maybe 3 to 1. Now, I will say that looked like a really good shot there from Jocelyn. It looks like the players have kind of figured out, all right, so that funnel around the track area. So think 9 through board 9 through, let's say, 14 or so, was a place that, at least on 21 and 22, it seemed like it didn't like a hook a ton for Aurora and Carroll. There might be more hook on this pair. But at the very least, I think more bowling balls went down the lane in that zone, which is why that shot looked good for about 45 feet and then made an abrupt turn left. Mary Graves for Elmhurst. She's gone strike, 9 spare, and another single pin to deal with. Meanwhile, Ava Butt, the CCIW Student Athlete of the Year. Right, and then if you miss right of that spot down lane, you get into this no person zone. It's a very difficult lane condition. The room for error is extremely minuscule. Through 3 frames, it's a 1-pin difference, and the lead belongs to Marion at the moment. Carroll with a, what I believe is a 36-pin lead at the moment over Elmhurst here in the traditional. Big double there for Abby. Now to Annie for Aurora. Hook. Bang. Honsick from Joliet, Illinois, went to Minooka High School. A freshman. Annie, CCIW Bowler of the Week in the week of February 19th. Also had a really good state tournament in 2024. Team finished second in state that year. Speaking of Annie's Minooka Indians. Annie was all state. How about that? We'll take it. Alexander, that's got a push. And a 3-6-10. Hannah Malone for Elmhurst. Puts all 10 down in the 4th frame, and Elmhurst with a couple of strikes so far in the 4th. Couple of tough spares here. 3-6-10 on the left. 1-2-4-8 on the right for Marion and Aurora respectively. Then down on the right side of your screen, Mary Graves still clean, but she's got a 7 count of her own. Good spare there for Eckert. Aurora's done a good job here. Not only keeping up, but right now exceeding Marion through a few frames. That's got to be a good shot there. Best one, maybe the best of the day for Brenna. Great shot. Again, just enough angle, right? She's got great ball roll too. Ball generally wants to do the right thing at the end of the pattern. Wow, that's a tough 7-pin. Anne Marie, good shot, great shot in fact. Won D3, the individual title D3 invite in 2024. .32-lane bowling center here at Suburbanite Bowl. Lanes being attended to. Looks like there was a 180. We needed to be taken care of, or a pin respot, one or the other. Annie Honsick not messing around here this game. Honsick, who finished 6th individually at state last year. Richie throws it really fast. She's gonna make sure she keeps hers online. Olsen, that is inside of target. There's a break for Alexander. Through four, yeah, almost four complete. Carroll's lead is now about 61 pins on the right side of your screen. Emily. Well, Aurora taking control early here. There's a good one from Alana. Allen was pulled left and it went left immediately. Seven pin wobbling. It's going to stay up though. That's good. Bang. I think Shakira, you're talking about being comfortable. Yeah, sometimes you need to see your ball do the same thing, consecutively. But her ball roll, she just throws it different than the other players on her team. Maybe with the exception of Jocelyn. Their ball rolls are still different, but they can play in similar parts of the lane. But think about just kind of the rest of the team, and even Aurora. She's doing something that's just a little bit different, and it's just because of her ball roll. Through 5 complete frames. Marion with the lead currently, but Annie Hansick working on a 3-bagger here. Good shot for Giddings. Uh-oh. Well, obviously some miscount there for Annie. It's her second gutter of the day. She had one late in the best of 7 Baker. And even then, she was looking at the shoe. This time she grabs the wire brush and gives it a couple of scrapes. She is certainly frustrated. And to be completely honest, folks, she's pissed off. And I completely understand why. No one wants to gutter on a double, or excuse me, on a 3-bagger. Again, on your left side, on the left side of the screen, this is semifinal number 1. Basically, the winner of this moves on to the title match. And then we have an elimination match number 1. on the right of your screen between Carroll and Elmhurst. Wow, and a 7-10 for Ilana. Can Christine Ritchie hold up her teammate here? She's got a chance to do so. And no love on the 7. Good shot, though. Lori Decker stepping up right now for Elmhurst. And Lori not having the start that she had this morning. Eggert now can't break down the split. Alexander can break it down. Nice there. The old 210 connection. You almost knew that one was going to hook extra because Alexander made sure she got all of it at the bottom. She has now missed 3 makeables. Just when Brenna, I'm sure, thought that, you know, she's got a handle on the lanes, and her misses aren't even that big. Hannah Bartlett, the all second team CCIW selection, has started double, 9 spare, 3-bagger. And I think her fortunes really changed once she was moved into the leadoff role down there in Baker versus Aurora. If Carroll wins, they could face Aurora again, but that's only if Marion wins this match. They could face them in the morning, possible. Carroll's got a little bit of confidence. They're starting to figure it out. Elmhurst still not trailing by. Right now it's 77 pins. But the difference there, they just don't have a player on the run like they did this morning. And I'm talking about a run of strikes. a much different Carroll team competing than the one we just watched against Aurora. I tell you, Marion just hanging on. This one's similar to the match they had against Elmhurst this morning. If Aurora, I know it sounds simple, but if they can just limit their mistakes and make spares, they can win the first point of this match. That's a big double there for Abby Giddings. Hansick right back on cue. Yep. Talking about a blip in the radar. Some activity in the matrix in that 6th frame. Richie, no. Olsen with a double. Marion feeling good here in frame number 7. Alexander has struck the last 3 times on the right lane. All right, that's a good 8 there on the mistake. In the traditional format, and these conference standings last updated February 24th. Aside from Lori Decker, as Egger missed a spare, but Eggert, Olsen, and Rimmer, 44, 42, and 42 strike percentage respectively for Marion. That's 2, 3, and 4 in the conference in the traditional formats. Lori Decker, folks, in Baker format, 53.6% she strikes. 53.6% of the time in 418 attempts. And that is the tied for first in regards to attempts. Speaking of Lori Decker, the anchor player for Elmhurst. Once we get into the Baker format, Emily Pleshar, 87.2% regarding single pin spares. And Jocelyn Eggert, 87% for Marion. Right now, Aurora's got to be careful. There's an opportunity right now that is slipping away from them. If you're joining us for the first time, this is session 2 here, day 1 of the CCIW Championship. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Big thanks to Matthew Hoff for his great work. Sports Information Director at Elmhurst. Elmhurst is the host school as the tournament location rotates around schools each season. Now the back portion of this game, super important. Marion can kind of not quite run away and hide. They can increase their lead, and they are doing so. That shot there moves it to 30. Olsen puts up another 30 right there. Elena trying to double up herself. Meanwhile, Christine Ritchie. Coming up next, we'll have the 5-game total pinfall Baker portion of the mega match. Again, mega match starts with the traditional format, then on to the 5-game Baker. And then if both teams split the traditional and the 5-game Baker, then we go to the best-of-7 tiebreaker. Boy, those are hits that Alexander was getting in their first match against Carroll. Now she might see a few of those carry a little bit better for her as the lanes start to transition. She sees a little bit more hook. The more hook that happens, I think the better for Alexander, because she's just going to continue to move left. High flush carry on the 4-pin. For Emily, but it's a 39-pin advantage for Marion. Brenda Shakira trying to limit the splits. Sometimes, folks, a pattern just has your number. And I think it's got every player's number here. This lane condition is difficult. 34 feet, 24.85 mils, 2.36 to 1. A little concentration, certainly in the middle part of the lane. That's an interesting approach, and she's been trying to do that. Speaking of Anne-Marie, since the start, right? The problem is because she's throwing urethane. If she misses right in that area of the lane, especially early, the ball has no chance. The other thing to keep in mind and to watch now, of course, because this is 8 frames, not including the practice session, that urethane has been thrown in the middle of the lane. And what that does is it just continues to push oil, right? And we saw a funnel earlier develop in the Carol Aurora match. And it looked like where it should hook in the track, it did not. And I wonder if we might end up seeing that again here. I might already be seeing it because that's a really good example of a shot that I thought was going to kind of make the corner and then just barely did. Through 7 complete frames, and the lead is now triple digits for Carroll versus Elmhurst in the traditional. And he's had some approach issues. March Madness is upon us, and the same thing across the board. And NCAA Women's College Bowling Conference Championship weekend. All right, she'll take that bucket. Marion had a 53.532 RPI. That's good for 37th in the country. Egger just absolutely buried that shot. And for Marion, I mean, you could not have set up the 10th frame any better. In the February D2, D3 poll, Marion University was tied for 8th with Newman. So in regards to RPI, Marion in this conference, the best there again with the 38th spot ranking. Now from the NCAA perspective, this is a one bid league, and the winner of that is going to receive that automatic bid for this conference. No other team would receive an at-large because their RPI simply is not high enough, with, again, Marion being the highest at 38. And there's some bubble teams already. For example, Louisiana Tech, Sacred Heart. Maryville is in that slight bubble mode, but I think their tournament and finish at the Music City Classic, even if they don't win the GLVC, would be enough for them to be selected as an at-large. But then you'd be looking at Louisiana Tech, for example. They would be on the bubble as well. Our first final, 177. Marion and Aurora a couple of frames ahead of Carroll and Elmhurst. And Carroll right now moving toward a 1-point advantage. They're going to, or they're close, I should say, to earning 1 point and winning the traditional portion here of the mega match. Boy, Hansik bowled much better than the 165 suggests. So the 4 wrap right around the 7. But Olsen's going to be in the 2-0s, and that's going to be the highest game on the pair. Elmhurst still fighting. Although Carroll overall is bowling better. So having trouble trying to figure out just the right combination in the on the second spot. So for Carroll, they are actually going to make a change. Allison Bolda, the freshman, will step in. Looks like she is going to replace Grace London. Heidi Enriquez now gets a shot on the fill for Aurora. And Enriquez is probably going to be in if Coach repeats, Coach Rich McElmeal, if he repeats his 7-player Baker system as we move into the next portion of things. That was something to be on the lookout for. His last lineup in regards to Baker had Christine Ritchie bowling the first frame. Then in frame 2, we had Grace Leonard. Then frames 3 and 8 featured Alyssa Alexander. Frames 4 and 9 featured Emily Felsar, and of course 5 and 10 featured Anne-Marie Ruvich. Frame 7, no, 6 featured Annie Hansik. And then frame 7 featured Heidi Enriquez. So he used every player he had. Alexander 127. And their first mega match. Alexander shot 144. Misspoke earlier. We could have the highest game, and it could come from Emily. Right now belongs to Kylie Olson. And now it will belong to Kylie. Really good game, though, from Emily. Clean game. Will be in the 190s. It's a great game. .196 for Emily. Love to see Anne-Marie try something here. I would actually like to try her, or see her try a reactive bowling ball. Marion has already won the match, so they will get the first point. So utilize this 10th frame and use reactive just to see what that look will give her. All right, again, she's looking for miss room. She doesn't have a ton of it from the middle part of the lane with urethane. When she's on and she executes very well, she's got a really good chance of not only hitting the pocket, but striking. That's got a good chance of striking. All right, you can't miss that zone. But she's got to trust her execution. Still would like to see reactive, one shot with reactive at least. Now, this is me from an opinion perspective, watching her compete today. Kill shots opportunities for some of the Sabres bench players. But that was Zoe Bergen an opportunity. I thought Brenda was on her way in frames 4 and 5. She threw 2 really good shots, and then it just changed. Again, keep in mind, folks, every time urethane going down the lane, specifically, it's pushing more oil and it's not absorbing it. It's just pushing it. Looks like a ball change and a good look, different look. 8:01. See a little bit of a different shape. .870. That's the winning margin in the traditional. Marion goes up 1-0. It'll be a few minutes before Marion and Aurora get going. Looks like lane 28 being attended to. Awaiting the which pin needs to be either removed. I see a 9 count on the scoreboard. So it's either that or she's just going to shoot because you don't necessarily have to change it. It did not affect any count. Working on an open frame. That's exactly what happened. Right now, it's just about final tallies. It looks like Carroll is going to take the traditional game. And this mega match, again, in that particular matchup between Carroll and Elmhurst, the winner will advance. And they'll be here bright and early tomorrow with us at 8 a.m. Central. We'll face the loser of the Marion-Aurora matchup. The loser of that Carroll-Elmhurst match will be eliminated today from the tournament. Scoring monitors getting prepped for Baker. Hannah Bartlett going to be in the 220s for Carroll. Talking about stepping up and getting it done. Teresa Dufresne shoots 180. Five-game Baker underway. And there we already see the plan I told you about, where all 7 players essentially would compete in Baker for Coach Rich and Aurora. Notice Alexander a little frustrated. I think she's in a zone too where she had some success playing left again on 21 and 22. But she's also, kind of she's going left to right more than anyone else. So she's crossing in that middle of that pattern to where the urethane is as well. That's a good spare. Very good spare. This game one is important for many reasons, but if Aurora can keep it close, and with that said, if Marion doesn't figure out a way to kind of get off to a good start here, if you allow Aurora to be trailing by 30 pins after a few games, they're still in the match. Oh, whoa. Neither team with a strike yet through now 7 shots. Again, Marion, Aurora on your left. Carroll and Elmhurst are finishing up their traditional portion on the right side of your screen. Marion leads 1-0. First to 2 points is the winner. That is left the whole way. Eggert. It's a good shot. Nice shot by Annie there. Trying to keep Aurora feeling good, right? Just need some confidence. But confidence comes with good shot making, good execution. Shakira probably not confident in that ball choice. And that's something that they went to. They tried on the fill. But you got to be able to trust it. And again, folks, the pattern is just not doing anyone any favors. It is a difficult pattern. But I tell you what, for a conference championship, you got to earn it. And the winner this weekend will certainly have earned it. But spares like that is what ultimately will be the difference. Well, Abby got a nice break. She wasn't expecting that, certainly. That's got to push for Enriquez, and it does. I think she can thank her teammate for that, pushing a little oil down the lane, because there's no way that would have stayed where it stayed and not hooked on the fresh. 771. The total down there for Elmhurst, and it looks like 854 for Carroll. Oh, Olsen. Good shot there for Alexander. And all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a little bit of a match here in game one, although this is total pinfall. Keep that in mind. .183 still the max for Aurora. This is not the best of. This is total pins. But this is to see who's going to be in the lead to start, and that's a huge double there. Look out. Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort right there. Marion is pacing in the 180s, meaning they go strike, spare, strike in the 9th, spare in the 10th. That would put them in the 180s. Aurora needs all 3 in the 10th here from Anne Marie to get into the 180s, 183 to be exact. That one is left. Just like that, Jocelyn Eggerts gives the opportunity for Brenna Shakira to throw 2 in the 10th and put the team in the 2-0s. The best Aurora can do now is shoot 161. That spare is made. Best news I heard from Anne Marie, she said, I'm going to try something. She's going to the bag right now. So she did have a, I think she had like an IQ Ruby, IQ Tour Ruby. She was throwing a little bit earlier. So this is going to be a reactive bowling ball. Just the 2-8. .160. Oh, missed opportunity there. For Marion. Well, it's a 16-pin advantage for Marion, but if you're Aurora, you're okay with that. It's right where you want to be. Teams have switched lanes. See if the right lane or the left lane has any better fortunes. We'll keep an eye on Carroll this game too, because they struggled throughout Baker, but I'm curious if they will just make the parallel moves that they did make in their previous matchup. Well, that 4-pin was just offset enough for that job. Grace Leonard, that was a pretty good shot. I tell you, I will say this, slower ball speed has worked pretty well in the event that you've missed right or you're playing a little further right or left for that matter. You know, someone like Annie Hansick or Grace Leonard, the slower ball speeds, those have actually worked pretty well, all things considered. Okay, okay. Marion leads by 16 pins after the first game of Baker. Alexander, uh-oh. I told you guys earlier that Alyssa bowled better as the match went on against Carroll. And that's because the more hook on the lane, the better for her. This is the kind of team that is just better overall in Baker. You know, they don't have a lot of players that just strike a ton. All right, and so they get through the traditional in whatever fashion. Hopefully it's in a winning situation. But they lost the traditional game to Carroll, came back and won the 5-game Baker and the best of 7 5-game tiebreaker against Carroll. They're trying to do the same thing here against Marion. They lost the opening traditional and now are trying to make up the difference essentially in the 5-game Baker. That got her closer to the 1-3. It's interesting. If Anne Marie's going to play where she is, or at least stand where she is, she has to be able to project it right, and that's been her issue. Kind of like what Alyssa Alexander's been able to do. If not, then a big jump right with her feet might be the best move. Let's see if Annie can keep it going. That's got to get on up the hill. It's not. Good spare from Shakira. In that funky track area zone, it's weird that on a pattern where you anticipate the track to kind of always play, it just hasn't been good at all. I tell you, Mary didn't want to mess around with Aurora. This is where Aurora has shined, as they've proven today. Meanwhile, Elmhurst folks coming out firing against Carroll, who has had some struggles. And Marion's going to have a lead. I'm sorry. Elmhurst, I beg your pardon, is going to have a lead after the one game of Baker. For Aurora, she's got to keep it clean. Nicely done there. If you're Aurora, you got to get every pin possible here. And if you're Marion, well, if Eggert can strike here, can really minimize the possible damage. Good shot. Bang. Her ball has kind of read that funnel area pretty nicely. I don't know what surface it is. It looks like she had a little bit of surface on it. Well, Elmhurst can shoot 180. The strike on the fill for Lori Decker, and they're going to have the lead. Hook a ton. Brenda just kind of pushed that one a little bit. And she is frustrated. You see her something with just a little bit of surface on it, kind of like Eggert there. Well, at least she'll have a better opportunity to control it. Marion shoots 145. They're sitting at 321. Carroll shoots 118 to start Baker. And 180 for Elmhurst. Big lead out the gates for Elmhurst over Carroll. 62 pins. Aurora will have a 21 pin lead if Anne Marie can strike here. .181. Pin lead for Aurora. Marion leads the mega match 1-0. Out the gates again, Aurora with a strike. This Aurora team feisty. When they get in the Baker, everybody is playing a role, literally. All 7 players getting at least one frame, which makes it even more difficult for the players who are only bowling once per game. Like Grace Leonard, for example, who is only bowling frame 2. Right, she has to, there's much more time between shots. Leonard is bowling 1 frame. Richie bowling 1 frame. Ronsick, or Hansick, I beg your pardon. Annie Hansick bowling 1 frame. And Heidi Enriquez bowling 1 frame. The only players for Aurora bowling 2 frames, Alyssa Alexander Emily Pleshar and Anne-Marie Rubich. It was a much different scenario in the start for a Baker competition for Marion in their opening match against Elmhurst, because after that traditional that was very close, Marion came out shooting 225, 213. Completely different scenario here. They've gone 176, 145. Good start for Marion. 9-spare is a good one. Alexander, she pitched that one right. That's a good 8 count. Boy, Carroll, after a very difficult start, they shot 118. Coach Ermish, big conversation. Saw those hands and arms moving. You could tell she was kind of diagramming what to do, how to do it on the lanes. And that's resulted in strike, spare, strike to start. The first 3 frames for Carroll. Hold a nice advantage. Again, just after 1 game. I'm sorry, who trail, I beg your pardon, to Elmhurst. That is on point there. Oh, yeah. Wow. Couldn't have been any better there for Emily. The front part of the lane went pretty quickly. And I'm speaking about specifically on 21 and 22, which played a big role in the match and how long it went between Aurora and Carroll. See if Anne-Marie can get going here. She's got to get it to the right. That's better. That's better. She might be able to utilize the hold that she created with that push down lane with the urethane ball. But again, execution is still important. A good start here for Aurora. Okay. Shakira got a little closer. This spot looked like she moved right. Still slightly lazy down lane, but that was a pretty decent shot overall. Hansick again, a freshman from Joliet. One of the state's best in the high school level last year. She's had some good moments. Had some really good moments for Aurora here in this one. In fact, I should say all day. Enriquez, that was a missed right from the start there for Heidi. She too a freshman from Plainfield East. Hook, hook, hook. If Olsen could carry, this would be a different situation. She can't carry 10s, she can't carry 7s. Alexander, she's been the emotional leader of this team. She's been frustrated throughout, certainly. There's been some moments of that, but boy, when she strikes, you can tell the team certainly gravitates toward her. That's a yank left and a good break with just 9. That's got a hook. I was going to talk about how Marion was clean through 6, but I refrained because I didn't want to give the old broadcaster jinx, and it happened anyway. So because I even thought about it, the jinx still went down. CCI women's bowling history. Again, champions, Marion in 2021. At the time, the CCIW conference title determined the winner. And then regular season champions, there was a tie in 2022 between Aurora and Marion. Carthage and Marion tied at 12-2 in 2023. Then Marion went undefeated in conference play in 2024. This year 10-2 in conference play to take it home, the regular season title that is. Had to have it right there for Shakira. Meanwhile, another good spare for Aurora and Anne-Marie. For as many struggles as she's had, she's been pretty solid in regards to spare shooting. And it just may come down to that at the end of it. .157 for Marion. They trail now by 34 pins with 2 games left. Meanwhile, Carroll shot 148 after a really good start. Elmhurst is going to be in the 160s. .162 to be exact. Elmhurst leads by 66 pins. Their lead again, 66 pins over Carroll. Sabres getting out to a good start with a break. Ritchie cannot break down the split. It's a 4-6 to start the day. Specifically game 4 with it essentially all on the line in these last 2 games. tomorrow we will begin at 8 a.m. Central Time. Again, 8 a.m. Central Time, with session 2 beginning at 11 a.m. There will be one match at 8 a.m. and one match at 11 a.m. Starting to see a little bit more hook down lane. That was a pretty good shot. Oh my. Well, that was interesting. The lead for Aurora is 34 pins here in the 5-game Baker. One for Marion, that's a break. As Aurora starts open here. She's moved maybe a little, maybe an inch or two right. In the previous match against Carroll, I felt like Alyssa was able to move left and kind of chase it left. Aurora with some award winners. Marie, all CCIW first team selection. Emily Plechar, all CCIW second team selection again for Aurora. For Marion, Jocelyn Eggert, Brenna Shakira, both first team selections. And then for Carroll, who currently trails Elmhurst after 2 games in the 5-game Baker, Ava Butt and a first team all CCIW selection. She's also the student athlete of the year. The CCIW first year student athlete of the year award went to Annie Hansick for Aurora. So 3 award winners for the Spartans of Aurora University. Marion with 2. And we did have some respect award winners as well. That went to Abby Giddings for Marion. Carroll's Hope Minette won the Respect Award. Christine Ritchie for Aurora. Cami Flores for Augustana. Contessa, let me get that correct pronunciation. I wrote it down. Contessa Sismacek won the respect award on behalf of Elmhurst, and then Kiera Henderson for Illinois Wesleyan. Illinois Wesleyan and Augustana did not advance, nor did Carthage to the championship. Sweep came down on the spare attempt. There was a ball return in which it did return. So we're good there from the Aurora perspective. They needed to hold the spare. Meanwhile, Marion just continuing on, and they should. And hopefully, at the same breath, create a little bit of momentum for themselves. But just one strike. Doubles have been hard to come by on this pattern. So the 1-2-8-10 now has to be respot on 24. So down on the right side of your screen, Carroll trailing by a significant margin at the moment, 66 pins. They need a big game. What a shot there from Hannah. Hard to tell from this angle, but she looked much closer to the gutter. And the cheers from the Spartans as Alyssa Alexander can now shoot this washout. Let's see if she can make it. Wow, and the non-breaks for Olsen just continue. We talked about her carry troubles. That big game was brewing for Carroll, and unfortunately a 5-10 Hope mislapped. Count is important on every split because this is a total pinfall scenario. 1:55 in the 8th frame for Carroll. They got a big lead just this game, but they are cutting into that deficit. They'd love to be able to finish the game. Interestingly, still not seeing, again, yeah, I talked about during the break, coach is talking about the gutter being pretty difficult, not playing a ton here, but Carroll looks like they've moved closer to the gutter, starting to have a little bit more success. I mean, I watched Lori Decker have 6 out of the first 7, and she was about 5-ish. And as long as she didn't pull it right, it was staying online. Carroll has picked up the pace. This is a big game for Carroll for many reasons. One, if this proves to kind of be the way to play the lanes for them, that means if they can then not only win this match, but get in here in the morning and with the same game plan, but start with it, could be a much different scenario. For Elmhurst, they're trying to hold off Carroll. Good spare. Again, I give Anne-Marie a lot of credit because she struggled with the first ball, but the spare shooting has been pretty solid. .162 for Carroll. I beg your pardon, for Elmhurst. That puts them at 504 for 3. Highest game of the 3-game set so far for Carroll. That puts them at 450, and they have cut into the lead of Elmhurst. They gain a few pins, 12 to be exact. If we're talking about ball reaction only, as Shakira, that's a much needed double. But if you're asking about ball reaction, Carroll has had the best ball reaction maybe of any team that we've seen just in those about, what, 4 frames? On the right lane, I'm sorry, on the right of your screen. Well, Aurora's got to be careful because they are in danger of giving a ton of pins back. And we might be literally fighting to the finish. .647. The number right now Wait, is that right? That's not right. No, that is right. 6:47 for 4. For Elmhurst, they have begun with 2 splits back-to-back. As Carroll trying to figure out the right lane. Alexander makes that spare. The max score of this game for Aurora is 166. Let's say they get there. I would move them to a 678 total, and they would have a 31-pin lead. Well, what a strike that was. If Anne-Marie can figure out a way to throw 2 strikes here, they will have upwards of a 28 to 31 pin lead, give or take pin count on the final shot. If she fills 20 pins, if she goes spare strike here, that would put them at 658, and they would have only an 11-pin lead heading into the final game, which is essentially the difference between 1 mark, 1 spare strike. So 2 strikes here in this 10th frame. Huge, huge 20-pin scenario. Again, with Marion leading 1-0 after winning the traditional. Gets out of the way in regards to the split. Now, here's the situation, right? As long as Anne-Marie makes this, Aurora will have a lead heading into the final game of this 5-game Baker set. If she misses this, Marion will head into game 5 after last having the lead in the first game. It would have the lead heading into game 5. Anne-Marie has been solid, struggling with the strike shot. The spare shot has been pretty good. And the old broadcaster jinx strikes again. So with that said, folks, that Marion now has a 1-pin lead. It is now Marion's to win. It was theirs for the taking. It was Aurora's for the taking. But the mental mindset is a little bit different when you go into the last game knowing you have the lead, whether it's 1 pin or 20 pins. So essentially is this, right? Whoever wins this game is going to win this portion of the mega match. If it's Marion, they will advance to the championship match tomorrow afternoon. If it's Aurora, then we go to the best-of-7 tiebreaker. This is kind of that one game for it all kind of thing. Although it's not quite that, but it feels like it. Richie. For Carroll, after the open start, they've gone 3 consecutive spares. Elmhurst has gone split, 9 spare split. They've split in 3 of the first 4 frames. A 1-pin matchup between Marion and Aurora here in the 5-game Baker. 38-pin, nice spare by Richie. 38-pin lead for Elmhurst over Carroll. Advantage already to Aurora. That's going to go left. It's in the right spot, though, and the 9-pin will stay up. If you're Marion, you do not want this to go to the best-of-7 tiebreak. Aurora has already been there today, right? They've got the experience of today under their belt, speaking of Aurora. And so you just don't even want to leave it to chance that they could beat you in a best-of-7. That's the Marion point of view, again, from my seat here. If you're Aurora, it's obviously simple, right? You've got to push it to a best-of-7, and you have no problem kind of being in this position in this type of game because you've already done it against Carroll this morning. Nice spare for Grace. Again, the 7-player Baker. The whole roster is bowling in Baker competition for Aurora. Elmhurst with 111 in the 8th frame. They can shoot 171. Carroll with a 9 spare to deal with in the 8th frame. Looks like an 8-pin to be exact. Alyssa got all of that one, boy. She got all of that one. Just leaves a 9-pin, though. Who can make spares? It's going to come down to it. Elena, big shot in the 3rd. Ooh, that makes things just a little bit more difficult. 2-8-10. I'm sorry, the 3-9-10, I beg your pardon. Meanwhile, Aurora with Emily up here. Bang. Aurora at this moment in time, one of two teams that has gone the distance today. The other team being Carroll, meaning that they bowled the traditional, of course, the Baker, five-game Baker, and then the best of 7. It did not go to a game 7, but it went 6 games between Aurora and Carroll in the tiebreaker, in which Aurora won 4 games to 2. They are inching closer again to Aurora, going back to a tiebreaker, this time against a different team. And Carroll is still trailing Elmhurst, and looking like that one's going to go to a tiebreaker as well. You saw the ball have a little bit of a quicker reaction. He got right a little bit quicker down lane. I just think if the players who feel confident playing near the gutter got closer to the gutter, I do think they could find something there. At the end of the day, the pattern is 34 feet. And if you were to take the rule of 31, you'd be looking at the 3 board as your breakpoint baseline. A nice job by Elmhurst, because they just added, at the very least, 20 more pins to their lead. How about it? Aurora. All kinds of momentum. It's been a while since we've seen Marion kind of get fired up. 74-pin lead. Elmhurst holds over Marion. I'm sorry, Baker. I'm sorry, Carroll. Jeez. All right, this is Heidi. No team still has yet to double. The difference, though, 2 open frames for Marion. Aurora is ready to go to another tiebreaker. Marion trying to do their part to stop that. A double will be clutch here. Olsen cannot find it. Teresa Dufresne starts with a strike for Elmhurst. Carroll needs their biggest game of the day to have any chance to win outright. I tell you, with every open frame, it gets even more difficult, because now Marion, the best they can do is 193. Alexander, boy, if this strikes here, Aurora's going to go crazy. It does not get up the hill. Love that Annie said it's okay, and Alyssa said, I know it's okay. I think she said I'm going to make it. but she just really needs a 1 here. Meanwhile, Elena in the 8th frame, must strike scenarios. There's 1. You got your 2 best players in frames 9 and 10. Can get you 193. Now, if Alexander makes this, Wrist is going crazy. Ooh. She gave it a run, but you need one there. In a one-pin game or match, you got to get the count right there. Eggert again in a mud strike scenario. Made a ball change, needs some push, and a 4-6. And the wind might be out of the sails as the washout occurs for Aurora. Hardaway. Shows how important a mark there from Aaron would have been. Now it's just simple. Although there are no gimmies, but and now it's not going to matter. Tiebreaker time again for Aurora. .147. .794 for 5. 162. 808. And Aurora has evened up the mega match at 1 point apiece. It'll be a couple minutes, and then we're headed to the best of 7. Elmhurst is inching closer. To turn our attention to the right of your screen. Carroll in the 6th frame. Ten-pin conversion, but their deficit was 74 pins. And Elmhurst has done a fantastic job of extending this mega match as well. They're going to win the 5-game Baker. Lori Decker to close out the 10th frame for Elmhurst. Spare puts him in the 180s. Marion's going to start, looks like on the left lane. final scores for Elmhurst and Carroll. Elmhurst shoots 188 in game 5. They shoot 852 for the 5 games. Carroll shoots 164. They shoot 754 for their 5 games. And now both matches, 1 point apiece. Best of 7 tiebreakers for both. CCIW Championship. This is the opening day, day number 1. It is session 2. Marion and Aurora both won their opening matches this morning. And now in a tiebreaker, this is important because, again, the winner now of this tiebreaker advances to the CCIW Championship match tomorrow afternoon and will be undefeated and would have to be defeated twice. In the Carroll-Elmhurst match, the loser there will be eliminated tonight. Oh, that ball made a left turn off the hand of Grace Leonard. Shot there for Alyssa Alexander. She's got that same intensity. I tell you what, listen, you know, Marion as the top seed, this pattern has been their bugaboo. They have struggled. Their 2 traditional games today, 8:57 this morning against Elmhurst. And that one came down to the 10th frame. And then 8:70 against Aurora. But I mentioned Aurora experienced this morning because they lost their traditional game against Carroll, came back and won the 5-game Baker and the tiebreaker. Carroll, where they're trying to make a huge comeback, and now maybe the most energy we've seen from Carroll since earlier this morning when they won their traditional points against Aurora. I'd love to show you this this lane pattern. I'll ask Matthew to add that as a graphic tomorrow. But it is online. Let's see. If you go to, let's see, ncaa.org, or if you just were to Google, which is probably better, NCAA women's bowling lane patterns or oil patterns, it'll get you to basically the championships page with women's bowling lane maintenance patterns. And we are using NCAA dual transfer pattern number 1. You click the link and that would get you to the lane graph, because it's a tough one. Much needed shot there for Shakira. An opportunity for Marion to take the lead here with a strike in the 6th frame. Giddings, she made a ball change. Carroll got out to a nice start. Strike, split, double split. Can't stay away from the red circles. And there's another split. They're probably due for a move as they got closer to the gutter. It's 3 splits and 3 strikes on the board for Carroll. And at the moment, they still have the lead in game 1. Oh, big ball change there for Olsen. I love it. Something strong. That is certainly going to see the lane, read the lane well. Well, that could be the ball change of the match right there. Looked like an ion max from Kylie Olsen. Good shot there for Elena. She wrapped the 10-pin. Boy, if Olsen can start to string a few, and who knows, even she's left-handed, so things are a little bit different on that side. Obviously, less traffic. But maybe something strong actually might be an idea for the righties. 6-pin difference. Fortunate miscue there for Carroll. Meanwhile, a spare in the 5th frame for Elmhurst. And just like that, Elmhurst a strike away from making this thing just a 1-pin deficit. Emily again in the 9th frame. And now that strike gives Aurora the advantage, even though they trail by pin count. They can now double. Put 2 more in the 10th and win the ball game. Emery looking like she's had something different in her hand here, different piece of equipment. Looks like she went back to the urethane and got a huge break. And she can't believe it. Shakira has to match. Well, it's just taking a little longer to get into the roll phase. And then it's just because she's just not close enough to the friction. Aurora is going to take game number 1. And the best of 7 tiebreaker. Again, they have been through that, went through it earlier. Big double there for Carroll. Going to force Lori Decker to mark for Elmhurst to win game 1 there on the right side of your screen. Oh, not only did she mark, boy, she threw maybe the best shot all day, and she's thrown some really good ones. She's going to need, depending on the count situation here, she needs a 19-pin fill. Now make it 18. Ritchie will get it started again for Aurora. You got to stay away from counts that have 5 and 6 in them right here if you're Decker. And she doubles up, and Elmhurst takes the early game 1 lead in the best of 7 tiebreaker. 169 to 158. Again, Elmhurst with the early game 1 advantage. Grace talking to coach. Looking back to get the proper instructions on how she should shoot at the 1-2-7. That's got a hook. If you happen to be joining us for the first time, many of you have been watching throughout the day. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the CCIW Conference Championship. It's day 1. This is session 2. This morning, we had our 1 versus 4 matchup, 2 versus 3. Marion defeated Elmhurst 2-0. They won the traditional and the 5-game Baker. Aurora, the 3 seed, defeated the number 2 seed Carroll 2-1, as that one went to the best of 7 tiebreaker. And look at Carroll go. First time in a while that they have started with the front 3, but Elmhurst clean through the first 2, as Elmhurst got the first game between those 2 teams. Carroll, again, in a best of 7 tiebreaker. Same thing with Aurora. Those 2 teams faced off again against each other earlier. This is the first best of 7 tiebreaker of the day for Marion and Elmhurst, respectively. And how about Anne Marie? Went back to the urethane, and looks like at this point now a much better time to use it. Spare for Eggert. Closer to the friction there is Brenna. Here's Annie. The lefty has been solid for Aurora. And she is again. Hansick comes through again. the freshman. Talked about her accolades in high school at Manuka. And a fantastic senior season last year. Oh, Aurora with some confidence. The winner of this match, ladies and gentlemen, again, keep this in mind. This is what is on the line. Advances to the championship match tomorrow afternoon and would have to be defeated twice to lose the championship. So obviously very important. And Giddings misses all of them. That's got to push. Oh my goodness. Alexander. That one got caught right in the funnel of where it needed to be. I'm going to assume that she didn't mean to place it there based on the reaction, but because it was going up the lane and not to the right, it stayed in the hold zone and pushed just enough. Again, for the good majority of the traditional, she did make a ball change basically during the 5-game Baker, but you know, Anne-Marie has been throwing urethane in the middle of the lane. Emily left a washout, but she celebrated it like a strike, and I kind of like it, especially at this point in the day. It's almost 7 p.m. Central. Session 1 began at 11 a.m. Central Time. It didn't end until about 3:15-ish. I think it was actually 3:05. I said 3 hours and 5 minutes or something like that. That's how long it took Aurora to defeat Carroll. We probably got started with the rest of the matches at about 3:30-ish, something like that, maybe. Actually, no, that's probably not right. It might have been closer to 3:45. Wow. Well, Marion still had an opportunity to possibly win if Aurora did not make that spare. And no break again for Brenna. Meanwhile, Carroll, after the great start, still with the lead, working on a strike here. This is the 9th frame. That's Sam Shortino. 163. For Marion. Carroll, their ball reaction has improved tremendously. And it's because they've gotten closer to the friction. Short pattern, got to get closer to the gutter. 199 for Aurora, may lead now 2-0. Carroll is going to even up their best of 7 tiebreaker at 1 game apiece. That was the best shot that Christine Ritchie has thrown in a long time. Lane's continuing to transition, and so you're seeing a bit more hook out there. And for someone like Ritchie, who throws it hard, very firm, and has a lower rev rate, she needs to see that late hook. Ball change here for Grace. It could be a good one, and it is. How about that? Goes away from that Zen, maybe into the IQ Ruby. I talked about what Olsen had in regards to ball change, and she still cannot carry on the left lane. Aurora's got a couple of IQs. That's been a bowling ball that several players have had. Been back at it for about now 3.5 hours. Marion trying to create some momentum. 9 spare, 9 spare strike, double 7 spare, and now no love for the 7 pin for Emily. 208 for Carroll. Well, I missed Elmhurst's final tally. But it's a 1-1 situation between Carroll and Elmhurst for Aurora and Marion. Aurora leads 2-0. Heidi. Still, maybe? No. Again, on the line in this match, against specifically Marion and Aurora, a spot in tomorrow's CCIW title match. Carroll and Elmhurst is an elimination match. Again, meaning the loser of that match will be eliminated from the tournament. Well, just when you think that Olsen has figured out a ball that's now going to help her in regards to carry, she has now left 2 consecutive 7-pins in this game on the left lane. 4-pin lead for Aurora. Oh, super washout, but they will definitely take the count any way they can get it. Well, that's a tough one there. If you get count right there, it's a 2-pin lead. Or deficit, excuse me, from the Marion perspective. And now a 2-4-A-10. And you've got Eggert and Shakira left. Oh, the big jump left. It's a good break there. We haven't seen a big move left really from anybody on the Marion camp. Oh, Carroll looking to figure it out. Emily, no. She'll get 2, and now the max score is 170. All right, that spare has given Marion the lead here in game 3. Anne-Marie would love to have a double here and force Shakira again to show up in the 10th frame. Look out. Look out. You can just see it on Brenna's face. She is expecting her bowling ball to hook as it gets down lane, and it has just not done it all day, no matter what ball she's thrown. In that particular zone, I feel like she was having a little bit more success the further right she moved. Meanwhile, now, Anne-Marie, I talked about her spare shooting has been pretty good throughout the day, has to make the 1-2-8. Gotta have it. What a spare. Same situation here. Shakira, it's online. Bang. How about that? I got to tell you, her spare ball's been pretty solid today as well, especially when it comes to splits and washouts. Could have just saved the day right there for Marion. Now, if Aurora strikes, that'll be 160, which means that Brenna will simply need 6 on her first shot, and Marion will have won their first game here in this tiebreaker. Meanwhile, Carroll, the spare would be in the 2-0s. Lori Decker can win the game for Elmhurst. And the 7-pin, or excuse me, the 10-pin falls late. That's enough for Marion to win their first game. Boy, it has been an absolute battle today, folks. For everything, for pin carry, certainly for strikes. If you were looking for strikes, this is not the lane pattern for it. 163 to 160, Marion on the board. They trail still 2-1 in this best-of-7 tiebreaker. Now, after Lori Decker struck on the right side of your screen, as you can see, it looks like a pin needs to be added for Carroll. There's a lot of things that can happen. But the first thing that needs to happen for Elmhurst is simple. If Decker strikes, they win that game. If she gets 9, she can spare it for 201, which would then mean that Ava Butt would need to make her 6-count spare to win by 1. If she gets 3, then they've got a tie over there. This is for the win. Lori Decker. The 7-pin remains for Decker. So now it's going to be simple for Carol. Ava Butt has to make her spare. Even though the pin is down, I'm not sure which pin it is or where it should be respotted. This has been an enjoyable, to some degree surprising. I did not anticipate the low scoring pace. But when I saw the lane condition this morning, I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting to see a 34-foot lane condition out. But whoever chose that said, hey, if you're going to win this championship, you got to earn it. Uh-oh, Decker missed the spare. So now 3 is good. 3 is a very good thing for Ava Butt. She's been waiting for a minute, though. It's going to be an iced out. Well, Ava Butt still waiting. By the time she gets a chance to shoot that spare, Marion and Aurora might be done with their game 4. I tell you, you wish the best certainly for Ava here because, I mean, it's been probably at least 5 minutes for sure. Hopefully not 10, but it certainly feels like it. Emily, yeah, 10-pin. That's an interesting leave, too. The 1-3-6-9. And Ava Butt wastes no time. She needs 3 for the win. Takes care of them all. Even more impressive that she waited that long. Big time spare and a big time victory there for Carol. 202 to 200. And all of a sudden, Carol with maybe the first sign of momentum that they have had all day long. They now lead 2-1 versus Elmhurst, and they have won the last 2 games. They have also rolled back-to-back 200 games for the first time all day. Speaking of Carroll. In fact, they did not have a 200 game in Baker through the 11 games that they bowled today. Until just now, actually 12, I beg your pardon. They shot 158 in game 1 of this best-of-7 tiebreaker. With the left lane, especially down lane, starting to hook. Boy, if you're Aurora, you got to figure out a way to find and keep that energy level up. Because Marion, again, just keeping it clean. They are now inching closer to evening this tie break at 2 games apiece, and it becomes a best of 3 at that point, if that happens. A lot of momentum shifts here. Carroll and Elmhurst trying to stay alive in the tournament. Only one can remain. Whoever loses that match will be eliminated. The winner will face the loser of the Marion-Aurora match tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central. The 7-pin shakes. Not much of a rattle and certainly no roll. Meanwhile, Carroll, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare to start, but they have been battling. Elmhurst, the number 4 seed, got here to the tournament. They tied for 4th technically in the regular season at 6-6 with Augustana, but they had a higher pinfall total. A higher pinfall total than Augustana. And that is how they advance to the conference tournament. Shakira. You talking about somebody who has just been grinding all day, just throughout the day. Hoping for a break. Throw a prayer out there every now and then for Brenna Shakira. Stepped out of that one. Shakira has been CCIW Student Athlete of the Week 4 times this season. All right, 180 for Marion. And Marion has now won the last 2 games. And we are tied at 2 games apiece in the best of 7 tiebreak. Boy, Elmhurst is staying close. In fact, they've just taken a 2-pin lead over Carroll in a pivotal game 4, with Carroll now leading 2 games to 1. Scoring starting to go down for Aurora. 179, 199, both victories. The last 2, 160, 140, both losses. For Marion, 172, 163, 2 losses. They won with 163, and now they're high game here at the tiebreak, 180. That's their high game of Baker today. Speaking of Marion and the 180. What a close game between Carroll and Elmhurst. So here's the situation. After the spare there, you just saw the 2-4-5 from Mary Graves of Elmhurst. They're on the left side, on the left lane, I should say, on 27 with the right side of your screen. They can max at 225. Ava Buck can step up and throw all 3 in the 10th to win by 1 and shut out Elmhurst. First shot on the lane. I see an 8-pin standing. It is just the 8-pin. And now a mark, assuming the mark, of course, from Carroll. Decker needs a mark of her own. She goes through the nose. Big 4. Carroll has bowled the best they've bowled throughout at any point of the day the last 3 games. They have shot 208, 202, and now going to be in the 2-0s again. By far, again, their highest 3 games of any Baker game at this point. And they have bowled, this is their 15th Baker game and their 3rd consecutive 200 game or better. Good break there in front of us for Aurora. Gotta make it. That might be the difference right there. Elmhurst needed a mark. And good count to win that game. Instead, it goes to Carroll, and now they have won the last 3 games. And 1 game closer to eliminating Elmhurst. To give you an idea how long we've been at this today, I think we've seen, let's see, how many games have we watched, or I should say have been on TV? Earlier, we saw the Arkansas St. John's game. That was on the TVs in the building. Then we saw, how about Alexander in the 3rd? Michigan defeated Texas A&M. That just took place. Trying to think what other games we saw this afternoon. So we're not only filling out, of course, our CCIW conference bracket, but keeping track of our NCAA March Madness brackets as well. Carroll's got the momentum, and they've got plenty of energy. Meanwhile, Emily, big hook. That one goes to Brooklyn. It is tied 2 games each between Marion and Aurora. Oh, and the kiss from Anne Marie. Spare triple. And Aurora is off to a great start on this right lane. And it's the exact opposite for Marion on the left lane. And now Shakira will need a full rack of pins. Annie, she's been solid today. She's had her moments, and she's having another one. Hansick knocks him down. But this game might be over before it even gets started. Again, this 34-foot pattern. That's the real winner here today, the pattern. The pattern has won, folks. And as bowlers, we like to never admit that the pattern has won. It defeated us. But I tell you what, for a while, the pattern was defeating every team. I'll give Carroll a lot of credit because they have grinded through. In fact, I give every team credit for that matter. From that perspective, Carroll was the team that looks like they chose to at least get as close to the gutter as possible, and it has worked in their favor. Aurora has been battling with Marion, and just when you think Marion, specifically Shakira, and I thought Eggert had a good look earlier for a little bit, as soon as you think they have good looks, they kind of go away. But Jocelyn made the big jump left, which is kind of in that funnel zone. Again, the middle part of the lane has had a urethane push down from Anne Marie. Yeah, that's typically, right, when you think about it, not a big deal. If you think about like the PBA, for example, the urethane is a big deal, or even really in a men's event. You don't typically hear about it, see it too much in a women's event. but I think it has played a role. I think it played a role earlier in the Carroll match with Aurora, and I think it played a role here versus Marion. You got to get one. And she got one at least. Carroll, spare, double, and now frames away from Carroll. They're already in the 7th frame. Folks, if I told you that the gutter was there all day, but we wouldn't have known it because not one player really took the opportunity to try it on a 34-foot pattern. I think Marion has to, they gotta take the risk and get closer to the gutter. Unfortunately, though, a couple of single pin misses back-to-back for Carroll. You don't want to give your opponent still an opportunity. Right now, they're still mathematically in it, speaking of Elmhurst. Aurora is going to take a 3-2 lead. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, Carroll, that was an error on the scoreboard as Sam took care of that spare in the 9th. Marion is in grave danger. Let's check the mathematicals for Elmhurst in particular. After that open frame in the 7th, that is going to do it. Carroll will stay alive. Boy, Elmhurst battled throughout, and it started at 11 a.m. this morning. They took Marion to the brink in the traditional. They lost 2-0 this morning. Lost the traditional to Carroll this afternoon, then came back and really beat them up in the 5-game Baker pinfall match. But Carroll made the right move on the 34-foot pattern They jumped away right and got closer to the gutter, and looks like utilizing the equipment that allowed them to get through the front part of the lane with some confidence to go with it. And Carroll is going to advance, and they will be back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time. Again, 8 a.m. Central Time. It'll be live right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network. 210 to 144. That stops the momentum for Marion. And now Aurora in a game-clinching, match-clinching situation. The winner of this match between Marion and Aurora advances to advances to the championship match, I beg your pardon, of course, and the winner would be determined. Carroll shoots 210, and I don't think there's any coincidence. They made the move right, and they shot their 4 highest games of the day, all over 200. Just joining us. Oh, 6-pin wiggled. Carroll will advance to tomorrow. Lori Decker, the senior. Last time Lori is going to compete with that group of players, surrounded by several sophomores, 4 freshmen, 4 sophomores, and 1 senior. Lori Decker, her final frames, we believe, unless there's another year that we don't know about, as an Elmhurst Blue Jay. Uh-oh. Carroll just may have saved their season by making the bold move to get closer to the friction, get closer to the gutter, which is what is suggested on a 34-foot pattern. They win the last 4 games in convincing fashion. For Marion, this right lane might be the better now of the two. If Marion does win this game, it would be tied at 3 games apiece. Lead now down to 10 for Marion after the open frame. Anne Marie won a tournament earlier this year. I'm sorry, last year, the D3 invite in 2024. Urethane carry. Let me make sure that's still a pitch black she's throwing. All right, that one's not urethane. But she had made the switch back. It is a reactive piece. I can't tell which one it is for Anne Marie. But she did throw urethane earlier. Much earlier now. Shoot, it's the tiebreaker. This one looks like we're probably going to go 7. I need to know who's still watching with me. We've been rocking at this thing all day. And I know we've got good people hanging out, watching all of these matches, supporting all 4 of these teams today. Those of you who may not be familiar, I do a lot of work for Bowl TV, and so I'm always used to a chat, Bowl TV and Bowl Stream TV. Wow, I mean, if there was an award for least likely to carry, unfortunately, it would go to Miss Olson. I feel like her pocket percentage today is really high. Her carry percentage is the exact opposite. A couple of games ago, I was showering her with praise for making the ball change, and it's a strong ball, but I mean that thing went through the pins like nobody's business for a couple of shots, and then all of a sudden 7 pin, 7 pin, 6 pin, 7 pin, unbelievable. It'll be interesting to see if Carol, or if anyone will follow Carol's example tomorrow. Whether it's Marion or Aurora. Whoever wins this match, whoever loses this match is going to face Carol in the morning. And I would be interested, I'll be here to watch it, of course. It'll be interesting to see if their opponent pays attention to how they're playing the lanes and tries to do the same thing, and I think they both would have some success. It would make moving left a little bit easier as well. Uh-oh. Oh! Still life for Aurora. They trail by 19 pins. They have a 3-2 lead in the best of 7 tiebreaker. Emily, she stepped out of that one, is going to need a lot of help and will not get it. If Marion wins this game, they will have choice of which lane they want to bowl on to finish the game. Hard way, but they will take it. Pin lead for Marion this game. What a shot there. Anne Marie and Aurora, hey, still not going anywhere. Got to make them earn it. If Shakira were to go 9 out here, that would be 167. So, no gimmies yet. That's got to hook a ton. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. And now Aurora has a chance to possibly win it. Possibly. Shakira has been so good making splits today, though. I believe she made this earlier, maybe a 1-2-10. I cannot remember. But first things first. Oh, that's way left. Anne Marie didn't even give it a chance. So now Brenna's just got to get one. She's got to get one here. This is one of those situations. Well, she looked to the coaches, assistant coach there. She's got to get one. Got to get one, especially if Anne Marie makes the spare. She does. Has to get one. If she doesn't, then we've got ourselves a tie. And she's going to get more than one. This is March, ladies and gentlemen. It is simply survive and advance. We're all tied at 3. Marion with the higher seed. Has chosen, of course, to remain on the right lane. Aurora wasting no time. again, the winner advances to the title match where they would have to be defeated twice. It would be undefeated on the day. 10 frames. Here we go. Oh, that's got a chance. How about it? How about that? Christine Ritchie. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh boy, certainly not the right time there. Losing count. Grace has got to regroup here quickly. Okay. Not how she drew it up, but Aurora will take it. We're tied at 3 games apiece. Game 7. Still no carry for Kylie Olson. But I got to look at Coach Mueller's his stat chart. I mean, the number of 7 pins that Olson has left today, I mean, it has to be just an astronomical number. Now I'm saying at this point that ball probably is too strong. Maybe a little something cleaner, but it's hard to make that change right now, especially when you know that 9 spare typically is going to get you a victory the way this pattern and the way the teams have played this pattern. Big shot there by Alyssa Alexander. That's an interesting group of counts up there. 6 spare, gutter spare, strike. Unforced error there for Marion. Coach Rich using that left hand to point in the left direction. He knew it was left. We all knew it was left, and it carried. There is a possibility, folks, that you might see the 1 versus 2 in an elimination bracket match tomorrow morning. That's what's going to happen if Aurora wins this match and heads to the championship. And Marie, 7 pin. Good shot. She's got to keep it right there when she gets to the 10th frame. The problem right now, unfortunately, for Marion is while they've got plenty of talent, it's that the ball reaction, they haven't had enough ball reaction to be able to trust what they're doing. And when you don't have a good ball reaction, it's hard to trust what you're doing. You just don't know what your ball's going to do. Got a hook. There's that pitch black urethane. Marie looks like she might have yellow thumb slugs in all of her, or I should say, I'm assuming she's got an interchangeable thumb slug, and that one's yellow. Annie, another one. Hansick, kind of an unsung hero here for Aurora today. I gotta tell you, if Aurora wins this match, and again, I talked about their 7-player Baker system, essentially, that they've allowed every player. Coach Rich has had every player on this team bowl at least one frame in every Baker game today. It would be the literal definition of a total team effort. That looked like kind of a fatigue shot right there. And a little tired. Aurora has bowled now what? Let's see. They bowled a traditional game this morning, 5 Baker games, and then another 6 Baker games, excuse me. Now they bowled another traditional game, 5 more Baker games, and now 7 Baker games. They have bowled almost the max that you can bowl here in a mega match day. Got to get lucky. Still with a big lead as Shakira This could be, you're talking about upsets. I mean, right now, Aurora has kind of proven that, at least for one day, they might be the best team here. And it's based solely on how the pattern has played and how the teams have elected to play. Neither one of these teams, I would say, has played the pattern the best. But Aurora has been closer to the pocket the majority of the time. When you think Marion had a really good look or starting to get something going, it just kind of goes away. Aurora has been able to capitalize and utilize their breaks. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Every miscue late is still an opportunity for Marion. But the question tomorrow will be, whoever wins, will they be close to what Carroll will end up doing tomorrow? Because Carroll finally figured it out late in their best-of-7 tiebreak against Elmhurst. Now this would be a comeback of epic proportions here. Marion can come back, and right now we'll kind of be stealing a game. Still 200 out there on the board. It could start with some Olsen carry. How about it? Long time coming there for Kylie Olsen. I'd love to see a couple of bold moves right here. Again, very difficult to do. But I'd love to see Alana just get about 5 to 7 boards right with her feet. Actually, more than that. She's lining up at about 25-ish or so with her left foot. Anne-Marie. How about it? The queen of facial expressions. One more puts the team in the 180s with good count. Coach Rich cannot look at it. He's had himself a day too, folks. I've been watching every one of his moves. It's been a day for all of these coaches. This is a must spare here. And now only 168 is left for Marion. 6 pins on this shot, but 6 and 2 shots still. Anne-Marie just needs 6. And Aurora is going to the championship match. And there it is. The Spartans have clinched a spot in the CCIW championship match tomorrow afternoon. They have knocked off the #1 seed Marion Sabres. Marion is not eliminated, but we will have a 1 versus 2 elimination match at 8 a.m. Central Time. You do not want to miss that. It will be Marion of Wisconsin versus Carroll, the battle of Wisconsin, to see which team is going to face Aurora in the championship match. And of course, the Spartans now have to be defeated twice tomorrow in mega match play. They have to lose 2 mega matches to not win this title and move on to the NCAA tournament. You talking about a battle. They bowled almost every game you can bowl. I mentioned this earlier, the traditional game from Aurora. They bowled 2 of those today. 2 5-game Baker totals, of course, in the mega match. And then they went to the tiebreaker in each of their matches. One went 6 games. That was against Carroll, which they won. The other, of course, in front of you, that went 7 games, and of which they were victorious. 145 for Marion, 182 for Aurora. And with that, folks, that puts a cap on this entertaining day 1 of the CCIW Championship. Your bracket is now complete for day 2. It has been a long day, but certainly if you're a fan of Aurora, well worth the wait. You will have semifinal action in the morning on 25 and 26. Championship will be on 29 and 30 again tomorrow. Your bracket, Aurora undefeated. Their matches will take place tomorrow afternoon. It'll be technically match number 6, which is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. Central Time. But we will see, again, #1 Marion of Wisconsin versus #2 Carroll at 8 a.m. Central Time. It'll be right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network. Big thanks to Matt Hoff for his wonderful work. Elmhurst as a school, the host, of course, and unfortunately Elmhurst has been eliminated from the tournament. Big thanks to Coach Tori Bartoloni and everything that she has provided and done to host this tournament. Thank you to Suburbanite Bowl here in Westmont, Illinois. Thank you to all of the coaches and players. Very exciting day of competition. Until tomorrow, my name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll see you in the morning at 8 a.m. Central Time What a heck of a elimination match we will have for you in the morning. Again, top seed Marion will take on the number 2 seed Carroll, with the winner advancing to face the number 3 seed Aurora, who has already earned a spot in the championship match. Until then, we say so long for now. Be safe, be well. This has been a presentation of the CCIW Championship, and you watched it only on the Blue Jays Sports Network. Have a good night.